Good evening. Tonight, we're pretty much just going to be doing a bunch of dailies with Samurai. Most of the duty roulette stuff. Yeah, the last few weeks we've been doing some PvP stuff, but I asked the members of the channel what they would like to see the most. And apparently this was this was much more appreciated than I thought it was. So we're back doing some dailies with a designated job. Because since we're doing a DPS today, I will probably spend more time just queuing. That's okay. I think for the most part DPS queues aren't too much longer on Chaos. And for tonight's question for the chat, the question is, if you could change one thing about Samurai, what would it be? And if your idea for a change is like multiple things, but the idea is like you want to go somewhere specific, that's also okay. It could be, one thing could be, I don't want Shinten or Kyuten to exist, and also I don't want Zene to cost anything, and then I want Kaiten to be back in the game as the only Kanki spender. And that's okay. That is a change, and I would find that interesting. Hey Chris, how are you doing? I clicked on the stream because it said Samurai only, but I'm an astrologian. That's okay. It's only me who has to be Samurai tonight. You can be whatever you like. However, if we end up in the same dungeon, I'm gonna have to expect some of those cards crested. Yeah, I'm going to be expecting some of those cards to be coming my way, right? Another thing could be generally an easy answer to if you could change one thing is returning some mechanic that a job lost. Like in Shadowbringers, Shoha worked very differently. So Shoha's original effect was that there were still 3 stacks, I believe. But the way that it worked is that you did not produce any stacks by using actions like in general. That's not how it worked. The way that it worked at the start of Shadowbringers, because mind you, it didn't last very long in this version. When you used meditate, so you're in combat, you're using meditate, every 3 seconds you would get a stack, and I believe it capped out at 3. If you moved or for any reason cancelled meditate, you would lose all of your stacks immediately, which meant that you had to stand there where you were when you started channeling, and then from that position use Shoha. Now that sounds extremely cool in concept, because then it means that, you know, you're channeling, you're like making ready to get that big samurai swing in. Like it's very in concept it's incredibly cool. But in reality, what it meant is that Samurai had to predict, not only did you have to find time to start channeling meditate, you had to predict where the boss was going to be, and you had to find a safe spot next to where the boss was going to be, if there even was one, within range to use Shoha, and then when the boss came down, you used Shoha. Now, this would be okay if Shoha did like an insanely high amount of damage, like it actually paid off. But the thing is with these kinds of abilities is that if the attack is too strong, then it becomes viable to like mid-rotation. You're like, oh, meditate is coming off cooldown, let me just stand here for 9 seconds and channel this, and then use Shoha as part of your attack rotation, and that doesn't sound very cool. So that means that Shoha can't be that strong. But if it's too weak, then people will simply not use it. Like, at all, people will not use it, because it's too complicated to use. request. It says, in which expansion or patch was this removed? Oh, let's see here. I might be able to find it. Let's see. In patch 5.0, this Shoha ability was added with this effect that I described. Apparently, now that I'm looking it up, it's actually up to 5 stacks. But the potency was 50, 100, 200, 300, and then 500. And then in a minor patch, they changed it to 1, 3, 4, 450, 500, which was still kinda bad. And then in patch 5.1, they reworked it to the way that Shoha works today. So with the first major patch, this would have been, just off the top of my head, this would have been the patch where copied factory was added, I'm pretty sure. Simply because this ability, as it was on release, was completely useless. I've previously clowned on Anatman for even being kind of whatever in the expansion it was released. But Shoha was uniquely terrible on release. And for anyone that doesn't know how Anatman worked on release, in Shadowbringers, Monk had, from A Realm Reborn to Shadowbringers, Monk had this feature where whenever they finished a step 3 combo, they got a stack of Greased Lightning, which does exactly what the passive effects say they do, as far as I recall. And the thing is that that the duration of Greased Lightning was like 15 seconds, and you had to keep adding to it to keep the buff. By like going through combo sets. So if there was a significant amount of downtime, Greased Lightning would end unless you had a way to extend it. Now, Form Shift in Shadowbringers got the effect that if you used it 3 times, then it would count as if you used a step 3 combo. So it was the same. So you could keep Greased Lightning going forever. Then it was changed to if you do it 2 times, and then it was changed to when you do it, or something like that. So Greased Lightning became easier and easier and easier to like extend indefinitely, which eventually led to Greased Lightning being reworked to a passive effect as it is now. But the way Anatman worked is that now the only thing Anatman does is that it extends the buff from Twin Snakes. That's it. That is actually the only thing it does. In Shadowbringers, I believe it also kept your current form, which could be Form Shift, and it extended your Greased Lightning, and it extended your Disciplined Fist or Twin Snakes buff. And when they have suddenly removed some of these effects, suddenly it becomes kind of pointless, right? Hey Peter, how are you doing? You came in just at the right time. We have just gotten into a dungeon. Hey Kwasari, how are you doing? B2 says he's doing fine. That's good to hear. I'm also doing really good. We were just talking about how the specifically if you've seen, I believe I added this fun fact in one of my samurai guides at one point, but the story behind Shoha, because it used to be completely useless. Kasari says Samurai my third favorite melee, but I haven't done too much on Samurai. I got to check my hotbars again, but I remember I struggled with button load. Yeah, you have not very much excess space as a Samurai. But the story of Shoha is that it used to basically be directly correlated with the meditate action, and if you have watched my guide on Samurai recently, my new one, you'll find that meditate is the kind of action that is extremely situational. So if you have a follow-up to that, that automatically also becomes extremely situational. Hey Lawrence, how are you doing? Oh yeah, it's Valentine's Day, that's true. Happy Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day. Oh, it's a spinny boy. I don't actually play Samurai that much normally. I took like a good 30 minutes to an hour earlier today with the striking dummy to make sure that I had the rotation down. Not that I would have needed it to like freestyle it pretty decently, but it helped. So when I say that it is a good idea to practice your rotation, that it works. Hey Santo, how are you doing? Yeah, and Santo says I would bring back Kaiten. Yeah, that was my first suggestion myself, was what if you could remove all other things that interacted with Kanki and then make Kaiten a lot, like a much bigger part of the rotation. I think that would be interesting. Oh, I've just let Higanbana completely get deleted from the boss. Oops. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. The stampede is coming. Chris, it says, brings up my self-esteem to see that even you make rotation mistakes. I'll have you know that some of my like 3-minute rotations, like demonstrations in these summaries of my guides, sometimes those are like the result of me trying for 30 minutes to get it right. Because as I'm demonstrating it, it has to be perfect, but there are not many jobs that I can do the rotation perfectly, consistently with. Especially not once you introduce dungeon randomness. So don't even worry about it. It's okay to not play perfectly. Hey Robert, how are you doing? And Santa says, I swear Party Finder never coordinates the mitigation, so it is a bit messy. Yeah, I could imagine that. Lauren said, I took your advice and started leveling Conjurer. It's my first time healing in this game. And yeah, that is definitely a good idea to start with Conjurer. And Kosari says, I wish I could have a static to proc P8S. I am unsure how well my patience will last with Party Finder in phase 1. Yeah, I could imagine that. I have the perspective that if you have the time and ability to play in a static, you should always strive to play in a static because it's just more efficient. But not everyone has a fixed enough schedule to do that. That was a weird time to just stop. Oh, I was a bit slow there. We can recover that quite easily. $500 wipes. Wow. And you were using pots every pull. That sounds expensive. Oh, now we have to be ready for the glare mechanic. Which is coming up right now. Robert says, what's the difference between the eye being on your character versus on the boss? When it is on your character, then it actually means that everyone else has to look away from your character. And when it is on the boss, it means that everyone has to look away from the boss. This means that if there is an eye over your character and only your character, then it's only everyone else that have to react to it. But if there's an eye over everyone, which that is the case with this specific mechanic, then you all have to look away from each other at the same time. It's a less common type of glare mechanic if you in older content. Like, it's a more new one. I think the first time specifically I recall this kind of mechanic coming up, and it has probably almost definitely appeared earlier than that. I believe in E2? I think it was in E2, where there was a glare mechanic centered on a player. But I'm pretty sure it's not the first time, and I'm just not recalling a more recent one, or an older one, I should say. But it's a good question. It's a very good question. I have actually on my list of small short videos, I have the plan to make one that talks a little bit about how glare mechanics work, because it's not the most intuitive kind of mechanic in the game. Santo says, speaking of gazes, I love wiping on P8S because someone greets the gaze, which causes them to petrify the entire raid. Yeah, The best part is if all you need is one person that has the glare centered on them, but they just don't have it in them to go behind the rest of the raid, so that everyone else can be looking at the boss just fine. This happens, incidentally, on E2. Yeah. Ah yes, the darkest depths. It's called P8S. It's somewhere every single one of the more hardcore players of Final Fantasy XIV traverses to on every Tuesday. You call it the you call it, what's it, the dark trenches of Final Fantasy XIV. I call it a Tuesday.
I've been waiting so long. Don't disappoint. Brace yourself.
Brace yourselves! I really love the way this guy talks. Brace yourselves! Ooh. Oh dear. Good luck, me. Oof. I realized far too late that both of the last bubbles were on the same side as me, so there was no safe spot. Speaking of safe spot.
So whet the appetite.
And in comes the intermission. Well, I got my Midaris Togeka ready, so there. Take that, Cagnaso. This team has surprisingly good teamwork, the way that we all went for the same thing.
No more games. Be swallowed by the tide.
See, Robert says, I used to always mess up that mechanic by trying to cast while looking away, and it always turned me towards the boss at the last second.
What?
Yeah, so my advice for dealing with gaze mechanics like that is if you play on, well, actually it doesn't even matter what kind of controls you play on. If you hold right click and wiggle your camera, then your character will automatically, oh dear, turn to face the way that your camera is pointing. So if you like turn your camera to face the way that you need to face, then you can control which way you're looking after every cast. It's not entirely, it doesn't make that much sense, but you can see if I do it like this. Me just wiggling my camera like that works. I might get hit now. I didn't see that was not a safe spot. Oh, healer's dead. Good call that we have limit break. Thank you for your sacrifice. Click, click. Oh! That's a nice costume. And Sansa says, I can only greet in P8S when I'm on Gunbreaker at 245 GCD. Any other job or GCD, I'm not testing my luck. Well, if you've done 500 wipes on a specific mechanic in that fight, you probably have the experience to be able to tell me that rightfully. Next, we are doing... Well, we're going to try and get a level 90, which takes a little bit longer, so we have a little bit more time to just talk about things. Kosadi says P8S is more difficult in Party Finder than Ooh, that sounds absurd. Well, I've heard that there are discords dedicated to like Party Finder ultimates because of how much harder the content is. I don't know if an ultimate is easier or more difficult than P8S. It's complicated with boss mechanics. The thing that makes ultimates so incredibly difficult is that typically they have a lot of really difficult mechanics. And they're all in the same encounter with no checkpoints. That's the key thing, is that if you had a fight that was like 3 minutes long, but the entire fight is just hard mechanic, hard mechanic, hard mechanic, hard mechanic for 3 minutes straight, the best you can do is just try to do your rotation as best as you can while there's explosions happening all over you at all times throughout the encounter. That might be harder to some players than like a 15-minute long encounter where there's a really complicated mechanic every minute or two, which is actually interesting, because whenever I hear people mention that they have a lot of attempts on a specific fight, I think back to when I played World of Warcraft the most was in the Mists of Pandaria expansion. I played the Siege of Orgrimmar patch from start to finish, including some time leading up to it, in fact. Siege of Orgrimmar was a raid tier that lasted over a year, and it took my raid team like every single lockout -2 or so to clear it. We beat it like a couple days before the pre-patch to the next expansion began, and the final boss. And remember, there's like usually 12 or so bosses, or more, or a little bit less, in a raid tier in World of Warcraft. The final boss we had like 200 attempts on. And mind you, most of the attempts was in like the latter half of the encounter. There's no checkpoints or anything. The entire fight from start to finish is 15 minutes. Something to that effect. The reason why it reminds me of that is because it was specifically an encounter we had so many attempts on that I remember that it took us 200 attempts to get it. And this particular encounter, the last like minute or two or so was like a secret final phase that wasn't in the fight, in the in the lower difficulty settings. Hey Raven, how are you doing? And those 1 or 2 minutes were so brutal that if you weren't ready, you would just enter the phase, wipe, just like that, and it would take you 13 minutes to get back there again. Hey HK, how are you doing? Raven finally cleared P8S. Nice. Congratulations. So we got to that final phase like a grand total of like 5 times before we cleared it, because every single attempt that got there we had to improve because of so much time that it took, because we didn't get to that phase in every attempt either. And Santo, you're actually, yeah, that's pretty correct. in your average raid tier in World of Warcraft, the first few bosses are difficult, but very manageable. So it's pretty much like you're going to get loot tonight. And the last 3 or so bosses tend to be brutally difficult compared to everything else. And sometimes there's something in the middle that is really difficult. For instance, a lot of raid teams had a lot of problems with the Dark Shamans, which was the boss number 8, I believe, in Siege of Orgrimmar. People discovered that you could use 3 tanks and trivialize the hardest part of the fight, so people just did that. HK says, we cleared A3S, no echo, minimum item level. That's also really, really impressive. That's awesome. Well, Pepsi Man is something else. He does have them cheeks, I guess. But one thing that was very interesting about Siege of Orgrimmar in relation to this thing that I was saying about the difficulty of a really short encounter versus a really long one is that the third to last encounter in Siege of Orgrimmar had such a tight encounter that by 3 or 4 minutes into the fight, there were so many mechanics happening at once that while there wasn't explicitly an enrage, your party was not going to live much longer than that. Which meant that this fight was just filled from start to finish with mechanic after mechanic, and if one person made one mistake, there was a decent chance that it would lead to an immediate wipe, which meant that aside from the final boss of the raid, that was probably the boss we had the most attempts on, simply because those 3 or 4 minutes were incredibly hard. So a fight doesn't have to be long to be difficult. And sometimes it's like, I kind of want to get back into one and do heroic, or maybe try mythic in World of Incarnates. So I only did normal before coming back to finish stuff in Final Fantasy XIV. I love the style of Enrage as well sometimes does, but Final 14's boss just insta-killing everyone after a certain time. Yeah, I think the reasoning for why they do that in Final Fantasy XIV is because it's an easier way to force a death. If I've heard correctly, isn't there one of the ultimates where when the enrage happens, the boss just one-shots players one at a time or something like that? I think I've heard about that. But in World of Warcraft, it's pretty common that the enrage is either natural, like the fight just overwhelms you, so you wipe. But there's typically always a built-in proper enrage in the encounter, should you be able to live long enough. And that enrage usually is, oh, the boss hits 20 times harder than normal, and also they have 10 times higher attack speed, so if you're within punching range, you die. But I think it's interesting. I don't mind the way Final Fantasy XIV does it, but it does certainly sometimes feel maybe a little bit boring. A little bit. But I don't mind it. And yeah, I think you have it the nail on the head there, Santo. If 14 did more WoW style, people could find ways to cheese them. With tank, it'll be... Well, it's not uncommon for boss mechanics that are intended to kill you to ignore tank limit breaks. I believe the first time I discovered a mechanic that ignores tank limit breaks, specifically the paladin one that explicitly makes you invulnerable to damage, is Minstrel's Ballad, Ultima's Bane. The tank switch mechanic will kill you anyway. Doesn't care. So usually if there's a boss mechanic that you can cheese with a tank using oh right, limit break, of course. I was thinking about Hallowed Ground. My bad. Tank limit break. That's 80% damage reduction. That's 80% damage reduction if I remember correctly. 80% damage reduction. I read something recently with someone asking whether it would be possible for a job to survive a guaranteed one-shot mechanic. Paladin's Hallowed Ground makes you invuln. That's my bad, HK. I was like thinking about two different things. I think my brain was thinking PvP limit break or something. I don't know. The tank limit break, all 4 of them, gives the raid 80% damage reduction for, I think, 8 seconds. Fun fact, I was looking into some things with the Wayback Machine yesterday, and I discovered that in A Realm Reborn, the tank limit break 3 was 50% for 12 seconds. Which is significantly less impressive than what we have now. HK says, regarding the chat question, make Jotun and Yaten free target like Ninja's Dash. You could even make Jotun, you could even just make Jotun like that. Yaten can stay a backdash away from the target. Are there times where you would want to ground target Jotun? Do we have any samurai mains, or at least samurai enthusiasts that would be able to talk about that? Well, what were you thinking about, HK? I'm assuming you meant the dash in and the dash out. Because if it was that, then that was totally correct. The reason why I'm saying, is there a reason, or are there any situations where you would want a ground target at Jotun, like Ninja's Chukuchi, is because in PvP, in the old PvP, so before they reworked it, Samurai actually had like Hisat's Sultan, as it is called now, which is the one that like dashes you through your target. It wasn't called Hisat's Sultan at that time, but it did in fact. They used to have a dash that was ground targeted. But now here's the problem with that, is that if you used a macro or something, and I think there's something about in PvP the game is a little bit less, well, at that time maybe. Never mind, I can't actually remember. If you used a macro, like how you would make like a teleport to your target kind of macro, like Chukuchi here. If you did that with this PvP action, the problem is that the attack actually didn't do damage on the location you reached. It didn't do damage in front of your location. It only did damage behind you. Only behind you. So you actually had to overshoot it to do damage, which meant that most of the time it was preferable. Oh, little warning, this might be a spoilery. This is quite an important dungeon, so those that really are a little bit scared of getting particularly significant spoilers may want to come back in like 15 or 20 minutes. Otherwise, it might not make as much sense without context. I feel like I should mention it for anyone that would like to be spoiler free. See you in a bit, Robert. Yeah, what you could do about that, HK, is you could just, like, if what you meant was that you wanted Jotun and Yaten to be free, like, I'm just making sure to understand, because the way you said it made it sound like you meant that you wanted to be able to freely target them, like, where you want to go with them, rather than them being free. If you meant you wanted them to be free, then that is a much more common request. I believe that the jobs that have dashes, generally dashes should do no damage and should be free, in my opinion. Because if they do damage, then often people will be inclined to use the action for the damage instead of for the movement utility, which, you know, was the intended use of the action itself. I believe that all the tanks should not have any damage component to their dashings. It should just be a dash. Well, HK, the thing with Jotun is that because of the damage it does, it is proportionally equivalent to using Shinten. It's just that it's a cheaper attack, you could say. But technically, it's just as valuable. Oh yeah, the Primal Rend and things like Raiju is a different story. Besides, now that Ninja has like a dash version and a non-dash version, it's much less of an issue in the first place. But I do believe that dashes should not have a damage component, because it moves the focus to the wrong thing. Santo says, am I remembering, or was Samurai dashes a damage loss at one point? You are correct, it used to be a damage loss. But when they removed Kaiten, they also made it so that Shinten, the single target Kanki vent action, does 250 for 25, and Jotun does 100 for 10, which means that they're virtually identical in value. But it used to be the case that it was DPS loss. But you have to remember also that the thing that makes the thing that makes dashes a DPS loss is the fact that whether it is worth using is complicated. Like, if you have to run for like a second, or you could use Jotun and immediately be in attack range, then Jotun is a DPS gain. Or even back then, when it was weaker in terms of like potency conversion of your Kanki, it was still a DPS gain if you had to like walk for several seconds. But it's complicated to calculate something like that. Like, often you will have already spent all of your Kanki for something else, possibly, so you just don't have any. Then HK says, well, there isn't anything I'd change. Maybe make meditate duration shorter, but the Kanki increase slightly faster. That could work. Personally, my grievances with Samurai is probably similar to most players complaining, is that the Kanki feels like an incredibly boring resource to work with, because the primary the primary action that was supposed to interact with it, Kaiten, no longer is in the game. It feels like the only thing left are the actions intended to like waste it. You have to remember that Shinten was like the action that you got to spend your excess Kanki. Now it is your primary way to interact with Kanki. That just feels a little silly, right? Like, logically, they could have gotten rid of the Kanki gauge entirely. They just removed the whole thing and just added more potency to the Samurai's regular attacks. To compensate. Like, Samurai is already that job that does obscenely high numbers. So it wouldn't be completely out of place to do it like that. That I think, if I was to change something significant about the Samurai job, I think I would do something else with the Kanki gauge. That's what I would do. Because it just feels silly now. Guess I'm alone on this side. Better not take any damage then. Sounds also said that this dungeon is cursed. I think the thing that makes this particular dungeon so cursed is because even at launch of well, at least after after expert roulette was added, because it usually isn't in the game at the launch of an expansion. But when they added when they had enough dungeons for the first expert roulette to be a thing, the dungeon with the lowest item level synchronization was actually dead ends.
And when one asked,
so in the two other level 90 dungeons at release, you weren't actually scaled at all. But in the dead ends, you got scaled really heavily compared to everything else, which meant that the dungeon just felt a lot harder compared to the other dungeons, which is probably why it feels cursed. HK says, is this the one that drops the Meteon bird minion? Yes, it is. It is indeed this one. I have it, by the way.
when none remembered life's trials or its joys.
I think I have it. I'm pretty sure I have it. I need to farm it. Well, I recommend not like stressing over it. If you know how people talk about things like desire sensors, the game can feel when you're doing content specifically to get specific loot, and it will simply not drop it. I got it by coincidence when I was here anyway. I do have an idea of what you could do different with the Kanki gauge without just saying add chitin back into the game. I have an idea. I just I'm going to go over it between dungeons because it's a little bit more complicated. I wonder if we have any first timers. HK says the only class on 90 I have is my warrior, and I don't really like tanking that one for some reason. Oh.
Most gentle of beasts.
Wait, your only level 90 is warrior, and you don't like tanking on warrior? Is that what you're saying?
Its steps were light, and its gift was as painless as it was beautiful.
Oh, you don't like tanking the dead ends. Okay. I see. It is a lot more brutal than other dungeons. Like, it's not only the item level scaling that is making it evil. It is like the whole package that makes it really evil as a dungeon. Like, it's really difficult, the dungeon itself, and also the item level scaling makes it harder still. At least in my opinion. Like, every single one of the bosses have some really brutal mechanics. And then also your item level is lower. So it's harder to like beat it over with brute force. I was not gonna risk that. Oh, we have limit break coming up soon. Oh, perfect. It was completely pointless. If you remember, if you've seen my melee tips guide, then you would know that I used limit break way later than was reasonable there. There was no point. It was just that it was the only time where there was a feasible chance that I would get to finish it. I got 3 commendations. I guess it was a 3-man pre-made. Sansu says, tanking dead ends on Dark Knight with unexperienced healers was definitely an experience. I remember I did dead ends as Gunbreaker this one time with a healer. You know, the kind of healer that would spam heal you whenever you didn't have full health. Which meant that every time I used Heart of Corundum, the healing would just go to waste. And then when things actually got in trouble and we actually needed healing, the healer didn't have anything left. Which made it really hard. I can't remember if it was Dead Ends. Might have been a different one. Anyway, anyone that was looking away from the game to avoid spoilers instead, it's safe now. We're out of Spoiler Town. Oh boy. You know, maybe we will skip over 5, 6, 7, 8 for now. Come back to that one later. Just do leveling instead. HK says, I just thought of giving someone chocolate in game, and on the market board I saw that the hard chocolate food item goes for 1.5 million each. Ooh. What is that item? Is it expensive to make? What happened? And people bought it. Today. Someone bought one today. What? What? That? Why? Why would you buy that? I don't know where you get that item. I'm guessing it's a Valentine's item. But I don't know why you would buy it now. Also, wow. Big big waiting list. The downside of being a DPS. Anyway, just to we were talking about this a little bit in the dungeon. Gjoten and Yaten both technically used to be DPS losses to use. Because they did less potency per Kanki than Shinten did. Now, Yaten wasn't entirely a DPS loss, because technically if you needed to use NP for some reason anyway, then you got to use a stronger NP, so it wasn't that bad. However, if you're using Yaten NP as a filler, referring to my samurai guide, if you're using Yaten NP as a filler, it is not as good, I believe. It might not be entirely as good as using Hakase Yukikase, because Hakase Yukikase is also going to give you 10 Kanki, which means that even though they have an average potency of 250, so 2 times 250, then you gain 10 Kanki, which is worth 100, Yaten NP costs 10. Well, it expends 10 efficiently, but it does 260 potency. But the thing is that you can spend those 10 Kanki whenever. Yaten spending 10 as part of this filler combo is irrelevant. But Hakase Yukikase gives 10, so you can add 100 to the combo. So that means that they're closer to 300 potency on average. While Yaten NP is 260. That's also why it is important, if you're trying to like maximize your GCDs and your fillers when you're trying to master Samurai, that you learn how many fillers you actually need to do. In HK says it's Valentine's Day IRL today, so that's why. It's probably why, but if I wanted to buy a friend in a game, or even my like my significant other or something, if I want to buy them something in the game to surprise them on Valentine's Day, I would not buy a hot chocolate for 1 million gil. That's a little much, I think. Depending on where you are in the story, this dungeon could also be spoilery, but it makes less sense without context. What do we not have? We have everything but Oginamikiri. It's incredible. Last times we've had these kinds of streams, I've gotten relatively mild dungeons and content in terms of spoilers. John says, shouldn't you only use Hagakure during filler, correct? That is correct. Hagakure's primary purpose is to be used during your filler. As I say in my samurai guides, if you don't know why you're using Hagakure, you should not be using it. Essentially. If you don't know why you're using it, you should not be using it. That is the simplest way to look at it. And that of course also means that you're primarily only using it in filler. There is one other situation where you might want to use it. Like if you're in a dungeon and you have some Kanki from a previous pull, but your buffs have run out because someone was watching the cutscene or something. Maybe you don't want to start the fight with one Kanki in store, because then that means you have to open with Hakase Jinpu and then Higanbana, for example. You might want to prefer to open it a different way, so that way you can just like throw the Zen you have in the toilet and start over. Which isn't that bad. You're basically just electing to start with a little bit less resources. Willingly. But overall, the only time you should be using Hagakure is for maxing out your, optimizing your fillers. The reason why I'm mentioning the Yaten NP thing is, if you are in the situation that you actually only need one GCD filler, then the only way to do that is with Yaten NP. Typically, this will only happen if you had downtime, which incidentally resulted in you having exactly one filler GCD, which means you have to just know this, naturally. Oh, I'm dead. Thank you, John. Hope you're doing well. But if you play a faster samurai, I believe there is 3 different breakpoints that are commonly used, and the slow one has 2 fillers, the medium one has 3 fillers, and the fast one has 4 fillers. Now, 4 fillers can be done with Yukikaze combo Hagakure, Yukikaze combo Hagakure again. The slow one can be done with with Yukikaze Hagakure. The 4 GCD filler can also be done with a Gecko combo or a Kasha combo Hagakure Yaten NP. That is technically also an option. I don't know what is best, but that would lead to you using Yaten NP. Aww, they HK saying no. Kaitsu died. F for small dragon Kaitsu Chaiji. I realized too late that the Dark Knight was dead, so I was scrambling, like, where's my arm's length button, and things like that, and then I died. Like, oh no. This is the kind of fight where we don't want to be too efficient with our resources, because the boss is probably going to leave really soon. Like there. I love this mechanic, by the way. I could have used meditate there. I just forgot that I could. Oh boy. Is it frostbite and seek now? Nope, it's Skull Basher. Nope, stay here. Thank you. I just needed my make Shisui. Two. Three. Hold all this Kanki. My cuppeth overfloweth with Kanki. Take all of it. Ugh. Frostbite and Seek. Can I finish my combo? Yes. HK says, "Hit news. Pink Lizard is handing out Kanki like cookies. More at 11. Some for you." Why can't I hold all this Kanki? The Oprah Final Fantasy 14. Everyone gets Kanki. Hold it. Sancho says, I really hope 7.0 adds some other interaction for Kanki. Having an entire gauge just to use one OGCD feels bad. Yeah, exactly. At least for me, if they're going to make it so that you can only, like that, if they intend to continue with this system where you just have the one thing you can use it on, then at least make the thing you can use it on more interesting. That's the way I see it, at least. Like, make it interact a bit more with the rotation. Like, so here's the idea I had. Instead of having make your Shisui work the way that it does now, and of course I'll say this right out the gate, this kind of rework would be much more impactful to the job as a whole. But make it so that make your Shisui spends Kanki to make it so that you can skip a GCD. Like, it just pauses wherever you are in your, like, in your combo. Just stockpiles that so you can skip to any GCD you want. And if you want to make it extra cool, make it so that that GCD you skip to only has a GCD of 1.5. You know, like Heat Blast. Or the Repulsor in Shroud. And then if say make your Shisui only costs, I don't know, 20 or 25 Kanki, then it means that you would be able to stockpile a bunch and then just rapid fire out GCDs really quickly. Another thing that might make this kind of idea more enticing is if those make your Shisui GCDs did more damage. To compensate for you not using something like Shinten, right? But I think that would be more interesting than the system we have now, certainly. And it would also make this whole idea of being able to hop to specific parts in the GCD would be very interesting and more like bigger part of the rotation, you could say. I think that would make it interesting. I don't know how well it would work in practice, as it is like just like an idea that I had. Oh dear. But I think that would be really cool. HK says, make Kanki harder to generate and give Samurai a spender that grants 10% damage for 30 seconds for 50 Kanki and 1 minute for... Yes. I want a complicated version of Storm's Eye. Congratulations. Your samurai is now a warrior. Congratulations. I hope you're happy. John says, do you think Kaiten will come back? I don't think Kaiten will come back, because there is a logical reasoning for why they removed it. The thing is that the fair argument for why it was removed is equally a good argument for why Shinten shouldn't exist. And also a good argument for why the Kanki gauge as a whole should just be removed. Like, if we're going to be that pedantic, then Kanki wasn't the problem either. The fair argument for removing Kaiten is that after level 62, where Kanki becomes very easy to have, like at all times, and remember, Kanki worked mostly the same way in Stormblood as well, so it's not something that has come to the job with time. It was mostly like this out the box. It's not something that they have added to the job that has then messed it up. Because Kanki becomes so easy to have on hand, the act of managing it so that you have enough to use Kaiten when you need to is trivial. It's not really important, and that means that for the sake of Kaiten, the Kanki gauge might as well not exist. because it uses so little of it that it doesn't matter. It just does not matter. And if that's the case, then it means that you can use chitin whenever you need to. Specifically whenever you need to. If you spam chitin, you of course don't have enough Kanki. But the argument for removing it is that if Kanki is so abundant that you always have enough, that you can use chitin whenever you want, whenever you need to, and you need to before every EI jutsu, then it means that chitin just becomes a prerequisite button to press before every EI jutsu. You're going to press chitin before every EI jutsu. You're going to do that anyway. So instead of having chitin as a button that you need to press, because you're going to press it anyway, we just remove chitin and bake the potency of chitin into the potency of the attack, hypothetically. What they did instead is that they just removed chitin and just gave potency to Shinten instead. But the concept is the same, that if you can use this button on every GCD that you need to, then it might as well just be a built-in part of the action itself. Yeah, so that is I would say a fair argument for removing chitin. The problem is that they could have made Kanki more difficult to work with. Like, if the argument for removing chitin was that it was too simple and just added a weirdly unnecessary skill barrier for new samurai, then I can see why. But it would have been more interesting if they instead had made chitin a more complex mechanic. Like, they had, instead of removing chitin, they removed Shinten and Kyuten and made Kanki a lot more scarce, so that it was actually a key part of the job to manage your Kanki. Now that would have been something else, wouldn't it? Santos says, I'm not a massive fan of removing skill floor and ceiling from so many jobs. Like, having one job per role be easier is okay. I agree. All jobs don't need to be super easy. But game balance is really complicated, especially in a game like Final Fantasy XIV, where players are too aggressive about comparing things against each other. If there was a job that was easier to play than Samurai, but did the same damage as Samurai, then there is a high chance certain players would choose to play that job simply because it's easier to play. That's why it sometimes makes sense that an easier job is a little weaker, to motivate players to play the harder jobs. At the same time, that would also demotivate players that would play better and do more damage personally if they played an easier job. Because it feels like an arbitrary barrier to their skill is added. I don't know what the best solution is. But trivializing all jobs might not be the best. Might not be the best solution. That's for certain. HK says, oh, let's see. I believe this is the stand in the middle. I'm pretty sure this is stand in the middle. Yep. John says, I'm a more high skill, high reward kind of guy. That's why I miss the old samurai. Yeah, I get that. The reason why I'm not sure if making the easier jobs weaker is a good idea is mainly because uh-oh, I think the healer's going to die. Oh boy. Nope, okay, he was fast. That was the frame 1 benediction. He knew that he was not going to get the mechanic right, so he was just ready immediately to get that that benediction. But the argument that a more difficult job deserves to do more damage is fair, but the problem is that we're not talking about jobs in a vacuum here. It's not like, how should I say it, every job is just 10 different flavors of swing with sword. So if you don't like the complicated rotation, then it's fine, because you can just choose the easier version of swing with sword. Each job is aesthetically different, which means that if you like how the easier jobs look and feel to play, it would really suck if those jobs are just by construction weaker than the more complicated jobs to balance it. So that's why I'm not sure if strictly making more complicated jobs better. That is the reason. Also because I know a lot of players like to play simpler jobs at times, and having them be equally viable also matters. Apparently the dancer was tired of waiting for me to use Limit Break.
Stars on high, fall as rain.
Now we sacrifice damage to teach.
Even when transformed, but I am not finished yet.
We could have moved out much later, but my intent there was to show the dancer and the healer how to do the mechanics. And see, HK says, I played Samurai up to 82 and I still press Kasha and Gecko before using Shifu and Jinpu. But you're supposed to do that. You're supposed to open fights by using Make Yoshisui and Gecko and Kasha. It's not very clear because it's not on the Kasha and Gecko tooltips, but Make Yoshisui in Endwalker, note, in Shadowbringers it didn't work like this. In Endwalker, they added a mechanic to Make Yoshisui that makes it so that it makes Gecko also grant the Jinpu buff and Kasha also grant the Shifu buff. It's just also that they added unique names to those buffs, so the way Make Yoshisui states it is that it grants you Fugetsu, which is the damage buff, and Fuka, which is the attack speed buff. So it is correct to use Kasha and Gecko first. The key thing is that you want Gecko up before you use Higanbana, especially. John says, Sansa says, like, I'm not, having one job per role be easy is okay, like White Mage having a one button DPS rotation is okay, but it would be cool if, say, Sage actually had an interesting DPS rotation. I can see what you mean with that. And Santos says, I appreciate Monk, Samurai, and Black Mage of all jobs the most, since they feel like they've managed to avoid the simplification process a bit more. It's funny with that, because a lot of people claim that Monk got simplified somehow. I'm not sure what they mean, because what happened is that they took away OGCDs that they were going to use on cooldown anyway, and then they added the Masterful Blitz. And then, of course, they removed the Greased Lightning stacks, but feasibly you would usually, you know, get that built and then you would move on. Hey Maliboba, how are you doing? And John asks, what other MMOs have you played before Final Fantasy XIV? I have played World of Warcraft on and off for 15 years. I haven't played Shadowlands or Dragonflight. I quit. And I quit pretty much in after Legion, and I only tried Battle for Azeroth for a month because a friend really wanted me to give it a chance. I gave it a chance, didn't like it. Gave it 1 month, didn't satisfy me, so I came back to Final Fantasy XIV. I've played old school RuneScape back when it was originally old school RuneScape. And I've played RuneScape 3, and, well, I played RuneScape 2, which is old school RuneScape, you could say. But I played it back when it was just RuneScape 2. I played RuneScape 3, I played RuneScape, old school RuneScape. I played MapleStory, FFXIV. I have briefly played, what was it called? I've also played Terra. But I never got to max level. I also didn't get to max level in MapleStory or FFXIV, but I feel like those games like level grinders, so that's maybe not as big of a deal, I would say. I've played Nostale for a little bit. I've played a few different like WoW clones. It was a particular one I was thinking of, but I forgot the name just now. It was pretty funny because it had so blatantly copied some things from World of Warcraft that you could see like the first 10 skills of the Knight class looked precisely like the first 10 skills a Paladin in World of Warcraft learns. Things like that. I've played a lot of MMOs, but only really raided and done endgame content in World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV. Maliboba just got home from work. Well, I hope you had a good day at work. Santos says, an interesting observation I made about Bard while I was leveling it a bit yesterday is that everything on that is 120 seconds. No 60-second personal DPS boost. You know, Bard used to work on a much more complicated timer. In Shadowbringers, Bard's Raging Strikes, Barrage, and their songs were 80-second cooldowns, and Battle Voice was 180 seconds. Imperial Arrow was still 15 seconds, Sidewinder was still 60 seconds, Bloodletter was still 15 seconds and had no charges. Their dots was 30 seconds. So it was a lot more complicated because you had an 80-second timer and a 3-minute timer on Battle Voice. With Endwalker, I can't remember if it was on release or if they changed it in the middle of Endwalker at some point on like patch 6.1 or something. But that is when they said Raging Strikes, 2 minutes, Barrage, 2 minutes, Radiant Fiale, I don't know, a little bit before 2 minutes, that's fine. Battle Voice, 2 minutes. Everything, 2 minutes. Dots, I don't know, 45 seconds will do, something like that. It simplified the job a lot. The interesting thing is that because the 3 songs last 45 seconds, it both gives you a lot of leeway to customize how long you are in each song, because you only need to fill out 120 seconds. And feasibly, they cannot proc their repertoire in the last 3 seconds, so while they last 45 seconds, only 42 of the seconds really matter. Which means still that you have 126 seconds worth of buffs, or of song, which means that one of them you have to end early to make sure that Wondrous Minuet comes up for your 2-minute burst. And I do believe people have discovered that it is Mage's Ballad you should end early. But it is true, Santo, like, exactly as I'm surprised songs don't last 40 seconds for it to loop perfectly. The reason why they don't last 40 seconds is precisely because if they last 45 seconds, then 42 of the seconds are actually significant, and the last 3 don't matter. And to make sure that your songs last for the full 2 minutes, they need to be significant for more than 40 seconds. And also because it is a buff that does something every 3 seconds, because it has a 3-second tick timer, it needs to be a multiple of 3 seconds for it to make sense with Final Fantasy XIV's game mechanics. Like, all dots last a multiple of 3 seconds for the same reason, I believe. But I do understand why it's surprising. And also, exactly with what they did with Flemmer. I think there's a better chance that they will just make the songs 1 minute and just let you switch songs more often if you want to, and make the dots 1 minute. Then there's a chance they'll make the songs 40 seconds. And HK says the combo is Hakase Shinfukasha and Shifukasha and so on and so forth. Yes, the general combo sequence for Samurai, like when you don't have any cooldowns to skip that, you go. And the key thing here is that if you don't have Make Your Shisui, you should start with Hakase Shifukasha, because then you can more quickly get Jinpu up. But in any situation where Make Your Shisui is available in your opener, you should start with Gecko instead. Immediately get the damage buff up. That is why, both for the sake of simplicity when introducing all of the many mechanics of the Samurai in my starter guide for Samurai, I start by explaining how does the rotation of Samurai work if you only have your 1, 2, 3 combos, which means you would do the Kasha combo first, and then the Gecko combo, and then the Yukikase combo. But then we introduce the Make Your Shisui, and so on and so forth. We introduce it bit by bit, which means that we introduce a combo that you will rarely ever use, because you typically will have Make Your Shisui to open with. And Sansa says, people think positionals makes the game harder, so that's why Monk is easy. Oh, right, yeah, I see what you mean. That's how people think that suddenly Monk is trivialized, because it does only have 2 positionals instead of 6. I believe it was 6. And Lauren says, I also played WoW for a very long time. Switched to Final Fantasy XIV not long ago. I feel like Final Fantasy XIV is a better game for me personally, with the fair housing and much better cosmetics. And the story is not even comparable. It really makes you invested in the world and your character. Yeah, exactly. A comparison I've made was that now it's less like that now because they've consolidated the story a bit more in World of Warcraft. But in Legion, when the max level was 110, the first cutscene you would actually have to see to progress to 110 was the cutscene where you unlocked Mists of Pandaria. Technically, and of course the race introduction cutscene when you made your character. There was no other mandatory cutscenes in the game. Up until level 85. Level 85! And you could just do that cutscene in Pandaria, and Pandaria had multiple elaborate cutscenes, but depending on which quest lines you took, because it was pretty open, you might only see that one introductory cutscene. And in Waters of Draenor, there was also like an elaborate like introductory story, but there was a trick in a zone in Mist of Pandaria that allowed you to skip it, like just skip the entire intro sequence to Waters of Draenor. So there was a feasible possibility that you reach level 100 and see the grand total of your starting race cutscene, the starting Pandaria cutscene, and that's it. And then in Legion there was a few more like introductory cutscenes to the zones and stuff, but you could just stick to one zone, and then you might only see, well, you probably would go to multiple zones, but you would not see that many cutscenes. The key thing here is that you only needed to see like 2 or 3 cutscenes to reach the current expansion. Compare that to Final Fantasy XIV. It is like a completely different universe. The amount of story. And HK says, in-game house tour when? I haven't really had time to do much with my house, so that's why I don't really do much in my house. But you can see my house. Over here we have the honey jar of doom. And over here we have the onion corner. And here we have the jukebox. You may find the song familiar. Here we have empty room number 1. And empty room number 2. And down this way you'll find the empty downstairs. The yeah, it's a dance hall. Yes. Yeah, exactly, HK. It's a... If you have Make Your Shisui, you will use that in your opener. If you don't, you probably do. But if you don't, then you will use something other than Hakase for your first GCD. Manibo says not much, but at very least it's yours. Exactly. And Lauren says, first time I cried playing a video game, by the way. I can't remember if it was the first time, but... So, when I played through Shadowbringers... I've talked about this on stream before, but when I was playing through Shadowbringers, and even through everything before Shadowbringers, I was in a different place mentally, which meant that I wasn't that attached to the story. When I reached the zone where Neath Dark Waters plays, just being a little vague, because there might be some players that haven't actually reached Shadowbringers yet. When you reach that zone, when I reached that zone, that song hit me very differently, and that changed some things. I didn't cry, but it really made me appreciate the story a lot more somehow. And then I played through the game Code Vein, and I'll have you know that when I did the bad ending intentionally, I cried a lot. And then I came back to Final Fantasy XIV, played Endwalker, and cried a lot. HK says that the honeypot looks menacing. Thank you. I put it there myself. Lauren says, your house is a whole mansion. Yeah, I was very lucky and got a large house in the recent... when they added new wards recently. I just haven't had time to like furnish it. That's also why I only have 12 million gil when I used to have like 50. Ooh, emerald weapon. What things do I not have? 2 Tamamagaishi, 2 make... Oh, I'm missing all of the cool quality of life things. Excellent. But at least I have Dance Partner. I also have left eye. Yes! By the power of friendship. Yes, I also have the balance card. Yes, feed me with power. Oh boy. I also have Devilment now. That was an interesting timing for that. I'm pretty sure this is safe. I think the paladin is dying. The tank should consider forcing a tank switch. The paladin isn't doing super well. Oh. The blue knockback marker. That's another universal marker that isn't too intuitive. If you've seen it before and are not quite sure what it does, the blue marker means if you stand in the blue part, you will die. But the attack will knock back you. So if you go too far away, you will also die. Oh yeah, and Maniboba, the story for these trials are also awesome. Extremely good. So you will have a wonderful time here. And thank you, Lawrence, about the nature theme in the house. I think it's a carryover from how my previous old house was furnished. It had a classroom. If you've seen some of my older guides, anything that looks like a classroom in those guides is my house. Many of my old guides that features Kaizo Chaiji here, my character, in front of a green board, that's in my house. But when I stopped using it as much, it was less important that I had it ready, which is how I found it safe to buy a large house. Oh, those fly slow. And the reason why I say I feel safe buying a house is because my classroom in my old house was not built by me. So I wouldn't know how to recreate it. John says, what is your favorite melee to play? I think my favorite melee is Reaper. Oh. I really like how it's really easy to manage keeping an overview of where you are in the rotation. It's very simple to play. And still very rewarding. Reaper gang. Oh boy. Ouchies. That's fine. Ow. Now we get to one of the best songs in the game. Quick, get the healers. I hit! I got vuln stacks! This is one of the best songs in the game, and it's just weirdly hidden away in an optional side quest. It's so good. And Maliboba says, I thought it's Charlian. A lot of people thought it was Charlian, but here's the funny thing. My character's too short for those. In fact, on most of my thumbnails involving Kai standing in front of the board, she's standing on a chair because she's too short. Yeah, exactly, Raven. It makes sense because Charlian is really like. Because oh boy, don't slice me. Oh, is that on me? It is on me. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, coming through. Uh-oh. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. Oh boy. Oh no. Oh dear. This battle is ridiculous for a normal. Legio Phantasmatis, which means intermission, and I get smacked. The Black Wolf hates me in particular. This is a really cool mechanic. So you need to watch how their ranks are formed, because they're going to shoot in the order that they formed. You can see there's like a hole in the ranks. There's like one guy missing in each set. Form ranks. Oops, messed up my rotation. Sansa says, I think they added some of these mechanics to Praetorium in simplified form when they reworked it, right? That is correct. Many of the mechanics that are associated with Gaius and the Black Wolf's image, so to speak, were retroactively associated with him when they reworked Praetorium. Nice. Let me just catch up on some things that were being said as we started. HK says, loads of flowers, an indoor fountain and ponds, and all that makes my toenails turn backwards because of the humidity and mold rising. Well, the reason why my house looks like this is because one friend in my small house made my upstairs area, which is what carried over to here, where they made it like very forest themed, and then also added carbuncle lights because I really like carbuncles. The downstairs was made by a different friend, where they explicitly was asked, can you make it a classroom? And they said yes. That's why it has this extreme jump in style. And HK says, not gonna lie, all the Code Vein endings make me feel something. Absolutely. It was just that the bad ending was so incredibly cruel that I was completely crushed. It was also really, really brutal to make it through all of those decisions that you had to actively say, yes, I do in fact want to do the bad thing. And Mali Boba says, the first time I cried is in the last location of Shadowbringers. The moment when it's Silk. Right. Yeah, and I was talking about that specific zone before too, that was where this game really hit me. And that is actually where the Neath Dark Waters theme plays. If you're not sure what the Neath Dark Waters theme is, take like any guide that I have from like half a year ago, then you're sure, maybe just even a few months ago. Pretty much all of my guides use Neath Dark Waters as the background music. I wasn't sure who it was, but yeah, there was someone that asked me for free Kanki, and I guess it was you, HK. Emmett Silk. Who Brings Shadow is also really good. My favorite is To the Edge, if we're going to talk only trials, I think. That one is so good. The thing is that it's really difficult to share it or use it for anything, because I wouldn't want new players to be spoiled. Alright, our step 1 combo no longer has a circular AoE component. It's pretty funny. I remember I bought the Orchestrion rule for To the Edge, put it in my house, and then like 2 minutes later I was like, well, actually, at the time I was in a free company that had a lot of sprouts in it, and my house was right next to the free company house, so there was a genuinely high chance that new players would get spoiled to the song. So I changed it back to something else that wasn't as spoilery. We don't even have Hagakure. I forgot to apply Higanbana. Oh well. Let's do it very efficiently then, and do it with a Yukikase Zen. Oh boy. But I didn't even know that you were in the EU data center, HK. So all I thought was, someone in this in the stream wrote to me. I wasn't sure who it was. I can help you get to my house if you want to after this one. So you haven't gone completely for nothing. Oh. One-eyed. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well. This gave me another big OGCD. You can call it Sunset Zukin. That would be good. Actually, I would think that would be. Let's have it in the way that they do it in Stranger of Paradise, where the breaker job gets Sunset Zukin and you just pull out a gigantic katana out of thin air and just cleave everything in front of you. Oh, wait, that is immune. Saw a video showcasing it yesterday. It's really awesome. I believe Breaker also incidentally has the ability to deliver the highest single hit in the game, the most easiest at the very least in Stranger of Paradise. Given that people have discovered many ways to do the 6 9s in damage. Let's do a braver. Punk, punk. Welcome back, HK. I was just talking about if you're still on Louis Soir, I can help you to visit my house at the very least if you'd like, so you haven't gone through the trouble of visiting for nothing. The coveted 99999. Yeah, exactly. It's pretty funny because I believe they have they increased the damage cap in Stranger of Paradise twice because people managed to reach it again and again. And the reason why I know that it is not that special to be able to reach the damage cap is because within days of the final DLC being released, a new passive that hits like for gradually decreasing amounts, like does an extra attack for half the damage and then an extra attack for half of that damage repeatedly, they managed to discover that it takes into account overkill damage. They could write that if you had 2 extra hits, like 50% and 25% hit, and then the second hit could also do like 6 9s, and then the third hit would do like 500,000, and that way you would know that you did 2 million damage with the original hit, which is so ridiculous to read about. When I, at that very moment, was pretty impressed with my 80k single hits. But yeah, I don't know if I covered or talked enough about that, but Santo mentioning that the new Praetorium has gotten many of the attacks that are like signature to Gaius added like after the fact. It did. He did have some of the attacks, but stuff like the common he draws a cross in front of him and then it shoots forward kind of attacks. I'm pretty sure they decided to make like a Garlean gunblade feature a long time after A Realm Reborn. That's for certain. Hands up in the air for World of Darkness. One-Eyed asks what we're grinding. We're doing dailies. We're mostly doing dailies because it is something to do and it is a fun way to play with a job. It just so happens that all of these dailies also gives me some of the weekly currency, which is the typical reason why I do dailies. The reason why we are in World of Darkness is because I queued for Alliance Raid Roulette, which everyone knows means level 50 Roulette. The only Roulette part of it is whether you get Circus Tower, Labyrinth, or World of Darkness. HK says, had to clean up a spillage on your desk. Oh, what happened? Oh no. HK says, I want to see Dunskate in my roulette. Sometimes you do and sometimes you don't. If you saw the week where we did daily roulettes with New Paladin, we landed in a Dunskate where we wiped 2 times to the penultimate boss because people didn't really respect the mechanics, and 2, for some reason one of the tanks in the other alliances would pull when one of the alliances had no healers. Which was hilarious. Incredibly funny. I don't think I've ever needed to use clemency that much. You bonked your tea. Ah. Santa says, I love getting Stormblood Alliance raids from roulettes. That's actually pretty good. I think the ones that I find a little brutal is the near raids. In my experience, the scaling of the near raids are completely messed up. The time each boss takes is like twice as long as it did on release day. Like, for some reason, you see like twice as many mechanics on every single boss now in Endwalker. I'm not sure what happened. I'm guessing that there's something with the health scaling. Or there's a significant amount of players that are under-geared for some reason. Those are my best guesses. The encounters themselves are interesting, but it's more that it kind of overstays its welcome, if that makes sense. Like, because all of the encounters are super extended because of this, it feels like you're way done with the encounter by the time it finishes. But it's not that I don't like the encounters, it's just that they're too long. That's the only reason. That they are... they feel like the health scaling on enemies are a bit wacky. Lawrence's favorite. World of Darkness is pretty nice. The one thing... specifically, I don't like getting Labyrinth of the Ancients very much because of the encounters that require you to split up your raid properly, because people often don't wait. Which makes it awkward. And One Eye says, I never realized how all of the Crystal Tower raids are Final Fantasy II bosses. Are they? That makes sense. Isn't, like, the World of Darkness and this entire, like, thing, like this entire package, you could say, isn't that, like, the end game of Final Fantasy II? It might have been Final Fantasy III. I do remember that there's a specific game that specifically has this whole World of Darkness story arc near the end of the game. And it would make sense if that's the one these bosses are from. Just to be completely honest, I have not actually played that many Final Fantasy games. And my first Final Fantasy game was 7. I had since played the Final Fantasy 1 specifically for PS1, which is obviously a remake that took a lot of liberties with... I'm pretty sure it's not actually Final Fantasy 1. Let me put it like that. I also tried 10-2 a long time ago. That was probably more my brother. A funny story about 7 is that my brother and I played through the entire thing all the way to the like the final area of the game. And then we just, like, the thing is that we weren't that old and we didn't really understand English, so most of our battle strategies and encounters boiled down to brute force and just using the attack that did the most amounts of 9999, right? But we were simply not strong enough to beat the Tonberries in the final zone. The Tonberries are demons. Oh god. Funny story about what got me to play Strangers of Paradise was that I watched someone else play it, like a playthrough of it, and this person died like 8 times to the first Tonberry in the first stage. And by that point, I had already convinced myself that I could probably do better. and decided to buy the game to play it. Those tonberries typically need you to cheese them in some way. Because you typically die immediately if you're in melee range with them without some sort of trick. Oh, whoops. I did not want to do that. That was a mistake. I thought I was stepping on the thing to activate it. Now I'm in Alliance A, am I not? Yes, I am. That is problematic. That is awkward. Well, I can still do this. Yeah, exactly. Stranger of Paradise is supposed to be a prequel to Final Fantasy 1. And in some capacity, it's also supposed to explain some things of the Final Fantasy universe, like, at large. If you consider the DLCs, what's his name? His name is escaping me. The 8-armed guy with all the weapons from the Hildebrand story. He's also in Stranger of Paradise. Gilgamesh, exactly. Yeah, exactly as Santos says, Stranger of Paradise is supposed to explain the story of Final Fantasy 1, like, as a prequel. And that is correct. Gilgamesh is like a recurring character. But the way he is recurring also varies. I killed myself. I forgot to get minimized first. I'm making all of the mistakes in this particular alliance raid. I'm sorry about that. Don't do what I do. Today specifically, right in this alliance raid.
Why, I've been had! This is far from the strongest spear! I must say, I quite enjoy these tussles. Fighting all 8 of you. It's just too much for me. Ha! Not! Have it thee!
That's actually a good point, Santo, that he's a character that is not only a recurring character, but he is a recurring character that is implied to be the same character across all of the games, as in, it's not, oh, this is the Gilgamesh of this world and this is the Gilgamesh of this world. It is, there is Gilgamesh and there's just the one. Hey Power, how are you doing? Any tips for a new samurai player? Well, the good news are that I have a starter guide and a level by level guide for Samurai. So if you want to watch the detailed advice, I would highly recommend you watch that. Thank you for checking in, One-Eyed, and thank you so much. Yeah, I would recommend. I have a Samurai starter guide and a Samurai high level guide that works level by level to explain everything. If you have a specific level, like if you are at a specific level and want advice for that level, we can talk about that. But general advice, the best I can do for you is consider watching my guide on the subject. Because there's too much. There's too much if we're going like just general advice. And if you're having a hard time finding them, just let me know. I can find links to them quite easily. So it should not be that which should bar you from finding them. Just let me know. And good luck and enjoy Samurai. Assuming that you're going to do that. You're also welcome to stay. Laser! I think we've come to an understanding. An understanding that I will pound you silly. Do we have everything covered? Seems like we do. Gilgamesh of Final Fantasy XIV is surprisingly quotable. Welcome back, Robert. You know, it's not so bad. The dungeon that we got immediately after the other one was also a little bit on edge in terms of spoiler possibility, so it was a little awkward. Like, I haven't had that much bad luck before with specifically spoilery content in these streams. And HK says, Enkidu is literally God. You can't change my mind. Well, if Enkidu is a green chicken... I'm pretty sure Enkidu is a different animal in other games, isn't it? Robert says, I have surpassed your MSQ replay though, so no spoilers there for me now. Oh, nice! I don't think I'll be able to make this. Okay, I managed. I did it. Samurai feels really awkward without Jotun. HK says, isn't Enkidu a spiritual familiar? Something like that. Something like that. Maybe we should look into that. Let's see, Enkidu. Is the recurring partner of Gilgamesh. Let's see, in 5 it's like a green creature, like looks a little bit like a demon or a troll or something with angel wings. In 6 it's basically the same, exactly the same sprite. In In 12, it's a dog. A green dog with feathers, like under its forelegs. And in 14, it's a chicken. But Enkidu also appears, quote-unquote, as a primal in one of the Gilgamesh encounters, where it is the demon troll-like entity with angel wings. So I guess you're right that it can sort of change depending on what they need. And here's HK. Welcome to my house. Just a moment. Just a moment. I will accept. I just need to check something first. I guess that works. Thank you. What do we have left? Enjoy the robe. And remember that if you choose to put it in your glamour chest, I do believe that the creator author disappears, and I made it myself. So if that matters to you, don't put it in your glamour chest. Otherwise, you can put it in your glamour chest if you like how it looks. We only have a 5, 6, 7, 8 left for roulette. So let me just see how bad the queue time is. 7 minutes, that is manageable. Do you want to join HK? Since you're here. There's others in the European data center, then if you have 5, 6, 7, 8, you're welcome to join. You are eating. That is all right. And hopefully this is 7 minutes and not any more than that. Peter screams in South American. Still waiting for that worldwide data center travel, am I right? I'm always surprised when my viewers are in the European data center, because according to YouTube analytics, like over 50% of my viewers are in America. So at least every second person is expected to be American. Gosadi said something earlier that I think I missed, because things were going a little fast. I know the feeling of playing games and not understanding English. At the same time back then, I didn't play games to read text. It's a bunny cat. There we go. Robert says Midwest America. All that we need now is small Kai. Yeah, imagine if I could, if both Kais could be here at the same time. HK says that would only be possible by using the Steam launcher and the Final Fantasy XIV launcher and having small Kai on a different account, or using tools that we should not be using on a stream. Let me just say that. Peter says, I bet your feet are free. Time to learn to play with them and manage 2 rotations. Oh, queue time. Any bets on which dungeon we get? And we have Snowcloak? Gimlet Dark. Sure. That's Tasha Hard. That is a good guess too. What? What is he doing? Our tank used Living Dead, Salted Earth, and then Grit.
Forward!
Robert says, no one would be silly enough to show unapproved tools on stream though, would they? Oh, I couldn't imagine anyone would do that. Certainly it wouldn't cause the developers to basically shake their head disappointedly at them publicly. But for anyone curious, I don't use any tools for Final Fantasy XIV. I don't even use shaders, which are very common. You will also notice that on a lot of other streams or a lot of other players will have like chat bubbles appear when people talk. That I believe is a third-party tool, so I don't have that. Peter says, I always heard it. It's a good thing to use cooldowns as soon as possible, but not like that. He read a guide. It said use these things on cooldown. I don't know why a guide would say use Living Dead on cooldown though. Maybe this Clad Onyx here just knows that he will not be able to use Living Dead in an efficient manner, or use it when he needs it. So just to indicate to the healer that he is not going to use it, he just wastes it immediately. Like, look, I don't have Living Dead. I don't have Living Dead. I wasted it just now, you see. Maybe he's learning to play with his feet. That is also an option. If you were playing with your feet, it might take a few tries to hit the grid button. He's also the healer. The healer is the one that is actually playing, that he's controlling with his hands. I like just the concept of doing that. Oh yeah, the tank is playing a little strange. But you see, the reason for that is that he's also the healer. Robert says, I let people know when it is my first time in a dungeon. You have to let your team know your limitations. I agree. If you want to be sure that your team knows, it's not a bad idea to just admit that it's your first time in a dungeon. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, I think a lot of players have learned from other games to hide if they're having their first time in content because of like toxic reactions to stuff like that. But it's not like that in Final Fantasy XIV, so don't even worry about it. Peter says, I use a macro with every skill, saying sorry. And Santos says, it could have been misclicked. It absolutely could have been misclicked. It's probably very likely that Clad here just accidentally clicked both Salted Earth and Living Dead completely by mistake. It's just a lot funnier to imagine the universe where Clad is actually both the tank and the healer, and he's playing with his feet. But it is very likely a misclick. Santa says, I've accidentally super bolided so many times. Healers must love seeing my heart randomly drop to 1 for no real reason. How about, you know, Santo, as long as you don't have like the reflex check macro easily on hand, and if anyone's wondering what the reflex check macro is, it's when you have super bolide and cancel the buff from super bolide in the same macro, so that you just set your health to 1 and nothing else. That's the a test of your reflexes macro. NHK says, the amount of times I've used limit break because I fumbled. Nearly, like most of my tanks, I don't have limit break keybound. I will literally go and find limit break in the actions and traits when I zone into an encounter that requires it, because I simply don't want to risk using it by accident. It is too embarrassing. Peter says, in the test of your reflexes macro, you also need a healer's adjust thrown in there. NHK says, I have it on a shared hotbar that also houses my emotes. Ah. Yeah, you see, my trick there is that I don't have an emote hotbar. I'm such a big nerd that I actually write the command for most of my emotes unless I want to spam it. So I just memorize what the emotes are called. No! But make your Shisui. I don't trust it. I'm not sure I was in a good enough position. I was. But make your Shisui. I had a stack left. I could have had a Kasha. Prometheus. Oh boy. Nitro Spin. What an epic name. Prometheus does not care about your skills. He only shoots. He's Prometheus is that wee ball meme. Oh dear. Make your Shisui is 99% about self-confidence. Oh, that's why it doesn't work for me. Because I did, and people wonder why I dislike technology. Peter says, this boss is a warning about the dangers of reckless driving.
You underestimate me.
I wonder what the train boss is about. If you believe in yourself, you can destroy a train with the power of your fists. No, wait. That's the lesson from the Final Fantasy game that the encounter originated from, right?
Out of my way.
The ghosts are your fears and anxieties. Oh boy. That was an interesting pathing, Emric. I'm not sure I liked it. Exactly that one, HK. Aimric too focused on uptime, so he just runs through the Warrior of Light with a spread marker. We talked about greeting in raid encounters some hours ago. Little did you know that the NPCs are the real greeters. Was that mob just running around aimlessly for this entire time? Strange. HK says, no matter if you're on a Fate, Quest, or Raid, NPCs will always stand in AoE for uptime and damage. You know, the Grand Company squad has it all figured out. Did you know? You may not have noticed, depending on how many like squad missions you've done. Boss mechanics that actively choose a player for its targeting and doesn't target a specific role will never target the squad NPCs. Ever. They will not. Hey Gunsmokes, how are you doing? If you want to see what I mean, go into the dungeon Bravelock's Longstop as a tank. It doesn't actually matter what role you are, but you will especially notice how often you get targeted by this mechanic if you're the tank. Well, actually, it wouldn't work anymore because that dungeon has been reworked. Instead, let me explain the story. Before they reworked Bravelock's Longstop, the dragon in the final encounter of that dungeon would randomly shoot this poison AoE on players, and it would choose someone at random. But the problem is that it would leave like a dot on the ground that you had to move out of, but more importantly, it would heal the boss if he stood in it. So if you were the tank, you had to move the dragon out of it. So it was actually really, really annoying if the tank got targeted by it, or a melee DPS for that matter. But the thing is, if you did this dungeon with the Grand Company squad, or your company squad, the dragon would never target any of the NPCs. It would only target you. Exclusively you. Which I learned the hard way because I did that dungeon like 7 times in a row to get the achievement and get the emotes. Peter says there's a fun hidden buff for black mages that stand in AoE. Oh yeah. Could you imagine if there was? Uh-oh. And now we are on a timer. And we also have to be extra careful to dodge any damage that we can. Do we have any potions? We do not. Excellent. Full focus. It's gamer time. Ow. Will the machinist know to limit break this last bit? I think he's ready. Yes! What a hero! Nice. See, Peter says, can anyone tell me the number of that one annoying Lala voice? Tell you what, there is a good chance Zip knows. I'm not 100% certain, but there is a reasonable chance that he knows. So, if you tag Zip in the Discord community server and ask, he might be able to tell you. However, he might also say that there are no annoying Lala voices, and then he'll instead say that this is the funniest one, and then present the same voice for you. Peter says, I want to maximize others' pain. If I must suffer that one female Mikote voice, I must repay in kind. Is it that bad? The thing is that when I did content with Sip recently on Small Kai, he specifically pointed out that he couldn't not hear my character because of the voice she has. So maybe maybe Small Kai has the quote-unquote annoying Lala voice. Santos says, I have character voices so low I never notice them. Unless there's a Mikote girl or Lala, sometimes I notice them. Well, sometimes there is an advantage and a disadvantage to doing MSQ streams where it is very helpful to be able to hear what the characters are saying. That's why the NPCs in the dungeon we just did were so incredibly overwhelmingly loud compared to what you might experience normally. Because they're twice as loud as everything else. I think the stark contrast with jobs like Monk is amazing. In HK says, I keep trying to see the Lala in my group, so it's always that one aura with the Lala sounding voice. Oh, really? I don't see a lot of auras with the voice that I have taken, but it does stand out very distinctly with those particular sounds she makes, but I don't feel like they're that annoying or overwhelming. What do we have left? We have a weekly run of the final dungeon, or the final raid, and the alliance raid for the weekly drops. Let's do the normal raid first. I don't think there's any voices that are particularly annoying. It's more a matter of how much things that, like noises they can make, can be annoying that they spam. Speaking of a noise that can be annoying to be spammed, which anyone can do now, is this one. Isn't this an awesome sound? Not the link pearl. Where do you get link pearl? You get it from PvP. You get it at series level 5. So if you just do one frontline every day for like, I don't know, a week, you should have it. And I think that might be it, HK. The high-pitched voices tend to be the ones that are really difficult to ignore. HK says, I never play PvP because the more players there are, the higher my package loss. Oh, you start lagging a lot? You could, I don't know how much, like how bad your connection is, HK, but if it's a matter of players, you could try Crystalline Conflict. There's only 10 players in that. It is, of course, a lot harder. But have you never tried PvP? I think it's fun. We were playing in Boja the other day and we had the 40-man full experience and I had a package receiving of between 80 and 60,000 constantly. Ah. I wonder what you could do about that, aside from getting a better connection, I suppose. I looked it up. Seems to be a routing issue over here, so if I wanted to fix it, I need to reroute my connection with a VPN. Ah. My best friend Aria uses a VPN to do most things, so I could try and ask her what she uses. If you want some advice on the subject. And so, anyone want to give me the ranking of this particular Vieira voice? Coming in from Gunsmokes. I want to point out that this is the /cheer emote. And Kasadi is here too. Look at that, we could actually have a light party. Bonnie out of 10. Fair enough. You don't have anything unlocked. Well, Gunsmokes, all you have to do is start doing your main quest. You'll get there eventually. Is the ring hands emote expensive? It's like 20k on the European market. It's called Goodwill Seeking. I don't know how expensive it is on NA. Ring hands and the one idle thing where your character moves their arms out left and right. That sounds like both Bee's Knees and Songbird simultaneously. Bee's Knees come from the Gold Saucer and is bought with MGP. Songbird is bought with real money. And it could also be Hum, and if it is Hum, then you get it from an optional side quest in Stormblood to unlock some trials.
From Vulcan flame my servants rise.
The Four Lords storyline, if you need to look it up. You get it like halfway through, I think. Watch this, Santo. I'll beat him silly for you on the easy difficulty so you don't have to.
A fitting death.
The hum mode is very good as well.
Behold the fruits of sacrifice.
Jump around!
Know my rage.
Take this! Hold this Midare Setsugeka before you leave. I think we can skip the filler. I think that's about right. It's close. It's not exactly right. It'll have to be good enough. I'm simply not a masterful enough samurai to get that perfect.
Go forth and sate your boundless hunger. Fulgent flame, my servants rise.
Well, at least we got the burst sort of right.
I shall see my wish fulfilled. You are prey to be consumed.
You're a prey to be consumed. And then he spawns 2 ants, and they have glare markers. And then he shoots a lion AoE. By the way, those ants, if either one is allowed to cast the thing that it casts, it is typically an immediate wipe on normal. On normal. I've seen it happen where the boss had like 1% HP left, like 1 or 2%, so people were greeting it, and then we promptly wiped. It was so ridiculous that you couldn't do anything but laugh. I tire of this farce. Oh, we are only at 30%. I felt like this fight had been going on for a lot longer. You are not hearing the annoying Lala voice because there are only like there's like 3 small dragons.
You will know my rage.
It's an aura with the Lala sounding voice. Wah! Wah! I think Natsuko in my free company has that voice. Now that I think about it.
Perish in flame's entrance. Go forth and sate your boundless hunger. Fulgent flame, my servants rise.
I think the samurai's dead.
In death.
Well, you can't un-LB3 yourself, Hephaestus. You die. You can't do that. Like, the samurai got you on that one. You got owned. Let's see. Sansa says, I wouldn't say PH Savage is fundamentally hard to understand or execute. Just incredibly punishing if even one person makes mistakes. That's typically the difference between normal and Savage, is that one is that the mechanics from normal are like hypercharged in Savage. Like they do a lot more damage. They have less reaction time. They may have more brutal like telegraphs. They might not have telegraphs anymore. They might require more of the what a thing to come back to. I love it. But that is the thing with Savage, is that it's typically like the mechanics that is carried over from normal are way harder and more punishing, and unlike normal, you cannot afford to make mistakes on Savage, because if you're missing a person, you're going to wipe. And HK says, did you know you can rescue a person that uses LB the moment the AoE indicator vanishes? And it still goes through. That makes sense, yeah. I haven't thought about doing that, but it makes perfect sense that you would be able to do that. Like, once the cast bar is gone through, you should be able to, like, pull the person. In fact, if you consider the slide casting part of the cast, which is, like, the last half a second, if that even matters because of how long the animation lock is on limit breaks. Let's just assume that isn't the case and say if the cast bar goes through, you should be able to rescue someone. Sansa says like that serpent or phoenix mechanic. It also has either spread or stacks going on at the same time. Exactly. We're doing the New Alliance raid. So there's some people here presently, and I think Kasari might be the only person that has it unlocked. But it's very convenient that you can do that, but it's also something that is very specific because of how often that you would need to do it. And often it's also almost just funnier if the person goes out guns blazing, using limit break and dying while doing it. Exactly, HK. It's like a real, true hero sacrifice. Like, if that samurai had done the limit break standing in the telegraph, and the healers had just spam healed him to live it, what fun would there have been in that? It was much funnier that I could see that they were like, the samurai dropped to like 5% HP, and the healers waited with casting heals until after the samurai died. It was almost looking like it was intentional. Yeah. We're going only samurai. Pouring of water. Oh, that was fast. Never mind. It did look too good to be true, didn't it? Hey Nick, said I started playing Samurai. My eyes can't keep up with buffs and OGDs for burst windows. I always mess up. Well, you'll learn it with time. If you focus on your own rotation and try to do the quote-unquote optimal rotation, like for instance doing a looping rotation tends to be very effective. If you do that and just focus on you doing it right, then eventually you'll have the headspace to add in like adjusting for rate buffs and things like that. You don't need to like take in everything at the same time right out the gate when you're still learning. That's also why some of the things that I try to teach in my samurai guide for the first many levels is like trying to teach like a less strict rotation, like more saying you should do these things, and then at max level we say, oh, do you remember Hagakure? Because you don't need to optimize that until max level, and even at max level it's not like a requirement.
No true abundance. Feel you the heartbeat of the land.
Oh boy. I didn't want to commit to the very last step of my opener. Gunsmoke says I'm having class commitment issues because there's too many cool classes. Well, that's how I managed to eventually level every single job in the game. Why limit yourself? Play everything. Become the warrior of darkness. As you know, in the Shadowbringers intro trailer thing. Oh, whoops, I got that one wrong. The Warrior of Darkness switches between all of the jobs. Well, most of the jobs. I just want to announce that the reason why I'm going complete haywire with my rotation right now is because I got myself confused and forgot where I was in the loop when I got hit by the boss mechanic before that threw me into the air. So hopefully I'll find my way back a little bit later. Thank you. Thank you for your understanding. More at 11.
My heart rejoices for our union.
Oh boy. Oh, that was really hard to line up. Wow, that was so many things.
Beyond adversity lies strength. Good children,
Oh,
be strong for what awaits.
that's okay. I didn't want to use Oginamikiri. It's totally fine. Totally fine. HK says, I'm so scared of healing that I made a new character on a different server that is committed to only playing healers and nothing else to cure my anxiety. That is an interesting way to go about it.
By my authority,
I hope it
the
helps.
land be remade.
The first dungeon for the realms of the gods. Oh, frogs. Many telegraphs. Ugh. Gunsmoke says, for me, tanks look really cool, but they're infuriating to play. What do you mean exactly by infuriating to play? It could have been a pun. Nick says, tanks are easiest to play, but I don't want to die to a mechanic and get insulted. I don't know why people would insult you for that, but also, if I'm doing like somewhat difficult content, for example, I don't know, maybe not that difficult, but say let's say I did a Shadowbringers Savage or something, or a Shadowbringers Extreme, I would rather go as a tank than a healer or a DPS, because one, if you die, it's not that big of a, like, it's less of a problem than if the healer dies, because in this content, even the DPS can survive tanking for a while.
Forgive me, but I couldn't stay
But
away.
you can also get away with failing a lot more mechanics because you're so tanky.
It's only fitting that we face you together. I will spin your fate.
I think that's the first time I've gotten that particular combination. Or that particular mechanic at that particular time, where you have to look away from the Maya. But I might also just be confusing myself because I have not done this as a samurai before. Again? This is really easy. Oh no, don't look at Nemea.
I shall measure your work.
Hey Ralu, how are you doing? No peeking.
Surrender my power.
Nick says, I got insulted once in a trial because I didn't shirk. I told them I was new to tanking. Well, I don't know, that sounds like a problem with the guy complaining. I wonder if it, like, if it was in a savage encounter, I would be more inclined to understand why they would be a little mad that you didn't understand. That doesn't give them, like, carte blanche to insult you over something mild like that. But I would understand it. But if it was in anything other than a savage or ultimate encounter, they have no reason to act like that. It was a roulette trial. When would you need to shirk in a trial you could get, like in a trial roulette? Don't worry too much about it, Nick. It's some people are just mean. Oh, this time we have to look. Like, I understand it, but I'm just saying that in easy content, or rather non-savage content, hey, give me a chance, friend. You can't just think that just because I could walk further that I will. You had more distance. Nick says, nope. Gunsmoke says, Wireman says either godlike players or awful people. That is a great question. The thing is that the requirement to become a mentor is having a certain number of commendations.
Upon the most exalted of battlefields you shall stand.
And commendations are not difficult to get. So, being a mentor doesn't exactly mean that you're good at the game necessarily. Hey Kyle, how are you doing? Thank you so much. And welcome to the stream. And HK says, I don't know about the mentor thing. I just prefer the ones that say nothing unless asked a question, because those are at least better than 50% of the mentors. The thing is that learning how to teach is a skill in and of itself. You need to understand. And getting a fancy crown next to your name does not a teacher make. That's something that comes after. Becoming a good mentor comes after getting the crown, you could say. It took me a long time to understand that the easiest way to teach players things is if they ask leading up to a boss what to do. Highlight maybe a particularly difficult mechanic that is easy to explain, but anything beyond that, just say, let's try and see what happens, and then we'll take it if we wipe. Because then we can focus on the mechanic that you wiped to. And then we don't have to explain every single mechanic the encounter has from start to finish, which makes it a lot easier for you to follow, right? It makes it way easier to understand when you don't have to like take out your notebook and write down like 10 different mechanics that you've never seen. But the key thing, as I said, is that the problem is that being a mentor does not mean that you're a good teacher. And thinking you're a good teacher doesn't mean that you're a good teacher either. I'm sure I'm not a good teacher for everyone. Silver says, oh, let me just focus on this. Says, I think for people with crown on, it's either competence, decent, or hey, look at this cool crown, which is a jerk, or the mentors tend to turn off the crown because of the hate they got for not being perfect. Yeah, exactly. There was actually a long period where I specifically took off the crown because of the stigma that had come around the crown. It was particularly bad at one point. And then at one point I just realized that I don't care, actually. Because typically people would only bring it up if you played really poorly. Like, if you're playing to the point where you're not actually bad at the game, and people can somewhat safely follow what you're doing, then it's okay to bring the crown. Like, in that capacity for Sprouts, the Mentor crown is almost like the mild safety Dorito in raids. There's a decent chance that you can follow the Mentor and it'll be fine. And that's the real reason why I use the Mentor crown, because it makes it more likely that people can trust me to know what I'm doing. Unfortunately, there's, you know, a 50-50 chance whether the Mentor is actually trustworthy. at the end of the day. Nick asks, where do you turn off the crown? Yeah, I don't believe you can do it in the middle of a dungeon. I think when you're not in a dungeon, you right-click your name in the party frames like this, and you don't need to be in a party to see that.
In ice unyielding, now rest.
And then you can just go in and choose what you want to show. That's also where you turn on Do Not Disturb and, well, busy and things like that. Or role-playing. That's a good piece of advice, Kasari. Just ask if people want advice. That, like, you just immediately explaining the fight also robs any player that wanted to try to do it blind from that opportunity. Immediately, you just rob them of the opportunity to try to get it on their own. I made a mistake with my Make Your Shisui because I was focusing on the boss mechanic. Oh well. Ralo asks, well, how's everything going for me? It's going great. I had a good day. Oops. We found 100 on the floor? No, I just had a nice day. This is going to get awkward, I think. Okay, it went fine. This is where I would refresh Iganbana if Haloni wasn't at 1% HP.
Well fought. Your next test awaits.
Let's see, HK says, I had one mentor in a Discord once go on a rant why Sprout Tank should pull wall to wall in his leveling roulettes or he quits because he prefers to take a 30 penalty over a 20-minute dungeon. Ugh. Meanwhile, when I do a dungeon and I see the Sprout only pull one pack, I don't say a thing. Not a thing. If a Sprout healer is spam healing me, I will sometimes suggest to them that they don't have to spam heal me. They could attack, but I will only ask them once. I will only ask them once. If they don't change their strategy to attack more, fine. You can be a spam healer if that's what you want to do. Similarly, I might say to a tank that I'm like me as a healer that I can take it if they're like holding back because they don't know if they can trust me. But if I'm a DPS, I will not say a thing. That's none of my business. I don't know if the tank or the healer for that matter is like just barely holding on and I'm not noticing something. So I will not say a thing. I will let them do single pulls if that's what they feel safe doing. Unless says, you got any housing ideas? I do not. Well, not entirely. I have my friends Sip and Aria. They have a plan about helping me with making like one of those huge like what's the word, like for like, you know, those like giant classrooms at a university in my house. The word is escaping me. Yeah, exactly, Nick. Gear does in fact play a huge part in the game. So some healers might be weak because they don't have the gear. I think we got a little bit off on the burst timings here. We might be able to fix this yet. Okay, this kind of fixes it in a way. Somehow. A decent opportunity to just freestyle the rotation a little bit might be what we need to get our rotation back in order. Gunsmoke says, one time I accidentally got rid of my tank gear, went in a dungeon, and died first pull. No. Dunk. Well, I hope you immediately realized what the problem was. Nick says, you want to know a funny story? Yes, always. This is the best place to share your awkward stories of when you did a huge mistake, because most people in my community are very nice people. Right, guys? And that's the gender neutral guys, for anyone that is a little bit uncertain on that one. Oh, just barely. Perfect. We have mentor grind set. Nick says, I was leveling my monk, got in a dungeon. I had few powers. I was like, oh, maybe it's a low dungeon. Halfway through, a nice player said, you should go for your monk stone. Oh boy. You surprised me so hard that I nearly died to a boss mechanic. Did you see that? No, I'm just kidding. It was my mistake. I'm over here sleeping. That is the worst. That's the worst. My best tip for that is, once you have a job stone, make a gear set for the job in question and only switch to the job by equipping the gear set. only switch to the job by using the gear set. That way you will never forget your job stone.
Accept this, my darling.
Now that is a killer one, HK. Literally just before raid time, you're like, okay guys, so listen, we have a problem. And it starts with W. For weapon. That's when you just quit. I've had enough Final Fantasy 14 for today. Next says, he was so nice saying, go do your monk quest to get your stone. Hey. I commend this stranger's ability to assume the best in people. He's probably forgotten to do his job quest. That's it. He wouldn't join a random dungeon as a pugilist. When I was leveling jobs in the start of Endwalker, I randomly, one of the dungeons I did was the level 85 dungeon, which is particularly difficult, in my opinion. And there was a rogue in my party. We asked about it like immediately, like, what are you doing? And the person responded like more like, oh yeah, I don't have my jobstone on. Anyway, and just continued as if there was nothing wrong. Like, they didn't even address it for the rest of the dungeon. The weird part is that they used cooldowns like Bloodbath on cooldown, like it was a damage boosting cooldown. It was really, really weird. Yet somehow not my hardest run in the level 85 dungeon. And Seo Silver says, it reminds me that I should go for my Monkstone. That's my only job below level 50 since I finally got Warrior leveled. Oh. And Kyle says, I main all tanks and put out an FC call for Expert or level 90 roulettes for healer, and a free company mate said they'd come heal and forgot to switch off Dancer for the 6.3 dungeon. Luckily, I was a warrior and soloed it all. Oh, did you have a full pre-made? And then no healer? Like tank triple DPS? Is that what I'm reading? Oh boy. Well, that's not entirely unreasonable. Pretty early in Endwalker, I remember doing a level 90 dungeon when the dungeons were Dead End, Smileton, and Stigmascape. And we were doing it in Free Company. Incidentally, the only people on in the Free Company were me and 3 mono DPS players. Now, that might not be too shocking considering the size of the Free Company. But my logic was, I'll go warrior, we pull carefully, and see if we can do it. Maybe we can, maybe we can't. But we'll try. We'll give it a shot. And we did not get very far before I went, we can double pull. Like, we got Smileton, and the first pull we did a wall to wall and did it perfectly fine. Because warrior is so strong. So it's basically an extra healer. Kosari says, I remember once when I was doing Diamond Weapon Extreme, I forgot I had a Realm Reborn relic weapon equipped. For a moment I was worried why I did so little damage. Then when I checked my equipment, I saw it. It dawned on me. Skyler says, the free company mate that has cleared ultimates died first on every boss somehow. Hey, Scandalinho. I'll call you Scandal, I hope that's alright. What is it you're asking about? What are your face? Oh. What is your favorite class? Or what are your favorite classes? Is that the question? That's okay. You might have been asking about my my logo. That would also have been a reasonable question. It's okay. What is my favorite jobs? My favorite in every role, I would say it is Paladin and Sage for healing. And Black Mage, I would say, for Mage, even though I typically will play Summoner more often in genuinely difficult content. And I think it's Bard for ranged physical, and then it's Reaper for melee. Also, Kosari, did I never give you a robe? Did I never give you one? And HK says, yes, Kai. Who is that in your icon and why does it look cute? So, my icon on YouTube is actually like a fraction of a bigger picture that a close friend of mine drew of my character telling the story of why my carbuncles, which, you know, there's a Emerald Carbuncle, a Topaz Carbuncle, and a Ruby Carbuncle, why they have names and what the names are and the story behind them. And then I just took the part that was Kai's face explaining this, zoomed in. The reason why I'm being vague about it is because the person didn't actually want to, like, be shown off publicly about it. I haven't asked them about it recently. I asked them, first time people asked about the icon, if it was okay if I shared it, and it was very clear that they were only saying yes because I asked and not because they were feeling good about it. So that's why I haven't shared the full picture at any point, because I feel like the right thing is to have the permission and the blessing of the original artist before doing so. The only reason why I'm using the small icon is because, well, they were okay with me doing that. It's basically a drawing of Kai's face. I'm glad you love it. Kyle says, those are my favorite jobs for those roles as well, except Reaper. I haven't done melee DPS yet. Well, if you want an easy job to start melee DPS with, Reaper is a good choice. Its positionals stuff is limited, so if you're not used to positionals as you've not done melee, then you can do that. It doesn't have that much of it, and because the job plays really slowly compared to other melee jobs, you get a lot more time to think between your actions. And because its 1-3 combo is less crucial to the rotation, it doesn't hurt as much if you have a lot of downtime, because you're learning when it is safe to be in range or not. And Kusari says, oh, what? I'm not sure what those are. Well, you have everything at level 90, so Kusari says your favorites are Warrior, Red Mage, Sage, and Samurai. Kusari, do you prefer Mage or Healer more? That was HK's preferences, my bad. Kusari, do you prefer Mage or Healer, or Ranged Physical for that matter, more? Gunsmoke says, I can't decide what my favorite class is. That's okay. I think it's healthy to like try a lot of jobs, play them a lot, to figure out what your favorite is. I've played all the jobs to level 90 to know which ones I like the best. And me saying which jobs are my specific favorites doesn't necessarily mean that I don't like other jobs. Like if we were to talk about like armor set specific, then like my second most favorite melee is samurai. Because I says I think I prefer healer actually. After that, range DPS and then mage. Whoops! I actually meant to do this one. Doop doop. Yeah, I can see what you mean, HK. Scandal says, I love your videos. I'm a new player and they're very helpful. Thank you so much. That always makes me very happy to hear. Hmm. It's like a cult. The Kai fan club. Lord says, it's hard to decide which jobs to play. Recently leveled dancers to 17. I'll think about the advice you gave me and maybe it's better to switch to a summoner. It's just about which jobs you like to play more. And good night, Meliboba. Thank you so much for tuning in. But you could try Summoner. It might be a big step back if you have to level Summoner back from level 1, if you just got Dancer to 70. But trying a lot of jobs, I think, is a good thing. We're also in the last bit of the stream. Normally we only go to 11 GMT plus 1, but I say normally, and then also like more often than not we go overtime for no reason in particular. I think the only times we're somewhat consistent with ending on time is PvP streams, and then still last week we went like an hour and 30 minutes overtime because we're talking about something. But on that note, if there's something you guys would like to talk about before we finish the stream, this is a great time to bring it up. Then we have a chance to talk about it. While you think about if there's something specific you would like to talk about, I would like to advertise my Discord server a little bit, as I do in every stream. If you like to hang out with this YouTube community and this YouTube channel of mine, I have a Discord server. It has a dedicated channel for the weekly schedule, and if you find it a little bit difficult to get that one because the YouTube algorithm doesn't always serve it up for you, it is always on the Discord server first. It's also on Twitter for that matter, but I don't think a lot of people even know that the channel has a Twitter. But the Discord server always has the schedule posted when it is there for every week. Similarly, there's an announcement channel dedicated to whenever there's a new video, new stream, anything planned at all. It comes on the Discord server first. So if you want to keep track of things happening on the YouTube channel without being at the mercy of the YouTube algorithm to randomly serve this information, the Discord server is the best place to do that. Similarly, if there are some of the people that you've seen on this particular stream or previous stream that you would like to see again, a lot of them are actually on the Discord server. and like to hang out, and they also give their very wise words of advice there. Which is why I know, even if these people don't really want to admit that they're very nice, that I know for a fact that they're all very nice and very helpful people. There's rooms dedicated to sharing memes, sharing music, and sharing your character's glamour. So even if you aren't in a European data center, you can still show us how beautiful your character is. And there are also rooms dedicated to asking about job-specific questions in the game, and there's also general chat. So there's pretty much space for everything that you could possibly want. Wise words of advice, he says. Talking about cakes, we do. Are we talking about cakes? I don't know, we're talking about going to the gym. And HK says, I would like to once again talk about our lady and savior, Serena Moll. Well, Serena Moll is best girl. But I am of the opinion that you are totally welcome to believe a different girl is best girl. There is space for that. And just to take a little bit of a summary of what's happening in game and chat, Kotsari says, pink is not a color I imagine my character in, but it is still cute. And Coco says, all pink fits for smaller characters more. Just so cute. And Kotsari says, that is true. A funny story about my character wearing pink is that I started wearing extremely bright colors on my characters in games because I didn't see very well. So it was easier to spot my character on screen if it was very bright. Then one day I got glasses. And suddenly I saw a lot better. But I had already decided that I like really bright colors, pink in particular. And the glasses that my character wears are very similar to the glasses that I wear in real life. They're just not as round. Kai's glasses are not as round, are rounder than my real life glasses. So that's the story of why my character wears pink and why she wears glasses. And Gunsmoke says, Yugiri, my beloved. She's also very cute. She's also a small dragon. And HK says, Kaitsu's best girl. How about Small Kai? Is she after that then? Kazadi says, am I allowed to simp over my own character? Of course you are. Naturally. And I'm going to assume that Gunsmoke said yes to both things. Yes to both. Right. And just in case there's anyone tuning in a bit late in the stream or otherwise are curious about advice for samurai in general, remember that somewhat recently I have posted both a starter guide both a starter guide and a high-level guide that explains everything you need to know about samurai, level for like every single level. I do recommend watching the starter guide first and then the high-level guide as one builds on the other, to the extent that the first few levels of the high-level guide will actually build directly on something that I said in the starter guide. So if you don't know this information yet, you might feel a little lost. But that would be the best place, in my opinion, to go if you're new to samurai or still not see yourself as a master. And even if you see yourself as a master, there might be something you haven't learned. And Gunsmoke says, I rewatched the Red Mage guide and I was doing AoE wrong. And HK says small Kai has only 40% of the best girl volume normal Kai has. Does that mean that small Kai is more concentrated best girlness, or is it meaning that she's less best girl? In HK says it's time I'm doing my own leveling roulette. Well, don't let me keep you. And Ciocilla says, I used to go Jolt Scatter for Red Mage AoE when I first unlocked it because I didn't realize the Aero Thunder 2 existed. Those are possibly one of the worst named actions in the Red Mage arsenal. Possibly for any job. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. I'm glad to see you came in, Gunsmokes. Thank you so much. And HK says, best girl to mass ratio is 100% for both. That's all I will say. Well, thank you so much. A fun fact about Red Mage in Stormblood, just to address this weirdness with the Thunder 2 and the Aero 2. In Stormblood, Red Mage did not have a slow cast AoE spell. They just had Scatter. Just Scatter, and it was a fast spell. You still just spammed Scatter on 3 or more targets, if I remember correctly. And if you're wondering where Impact fits in all this, you know, the upgrade of Scatter, Impact was a single target spell. The way Impact worked in Stormblood is when you casted Jolt 2, it had a 100% chance to upgrade into Impact, which did the same potency as the Fire and the Stone, if I remember correctly. And the Thunder and the Arrow still had, you know, the 50% chance to to enable the Stone and the Fire. But what that meant is every time you used Jolt 2, you were guaranteed to have one good fast spell, and then whether you had 2 of them for every set depended on the Thunder and the Arrow. It was interesting, but not that interesting. I think it's a better use of Impact to have it do what it does now, although it's a bit of a shame that Scatter just disappears from the rotation. And Gunsmoke says, Red Mage AoE spells are called Red Big Damage, Blue Lightning Ball, and Weird White Ball. Ah yes, of course. And the OGCD section of the Red Mage Toolkit is just called the French buttons. And then there's engagement and displacement. Which, I actually went over recently how many languages the game covers. It's not, I can't remember them off the top of my head, but Paladin and White Mage has Latin in their toolkit. And Paladin also has Spanish. And then there's Sage with Greek. Scholar also has Latin. And then there's Red Mage with French and German. And then there's Samurai and Ninja with Japanese. And if I remember correctly, Bhava Chakra is like Hindu or something like that. It's super weird. I mentioned it in my Ninja guide, but it's a bit old now. I just remember that it was really weird. And HK says the dash is called Pokey Poke and yeet yourself off the platform. And yeah, correct, Gunsmokes. There's no Nordic language actions at all. Unfortunately. But if there was, I would be really good at saying them because I am Danish. I probably would. I feel like I'm pretty good at spelling things and pronouncing things. What? I think a lot of players don't give themselves enough credit in regards to how many actions they know the names of. Just the other day, I was talking with Sip, and he claimed he didn't know the name of any of the White Mage spells. And now, keep in mind, Sip is a White Mage main. Even if you see him play Gunbreaker a lot, he is a White Mage main. And so I quizzed him. Now, take note, I quizzed him without checking the names of actions myself, because, surprise, surprise, me having made guides on all the jobs means that I have a pretty good ability to know all of the names of things. Just because I have to memorize them in some capacity. And it turned out that Sip knew the name of like 90% of the White Mage toolkit when I quizzed him on it, without having to check anything. And Gunsmoke says, only Danish word I can say is spøgelser. Spøgelser. And HK says, I'm German, which gives me a minus 30% debuff on saying anything. Don't say that. I have a really good friend who is German, and she speaks very good other languages. And Zero Silva suggests Guy Skogul is Old Norse. Is it Old Norse? Let's see here in let me read from Wikipedia. In Norse mythology, Skirgul and Gaia Skirgul are Valkyries who alternately appear as separate or individual figures. Now, the reason why I'm saying Skirgul is because there is the double dots over it, which typically implies that it is an Ö and not an O. Which, by the way, is very normal in Final Fantasy XIV. If I remember correctly, I believe it's Gjoten, which is actually supposed to be Gjoten, like a double O, when I looked it up a long time ago. Like, it's supposed to be a G-Y-O with a dash over it. T-E-N. Gjoten. But yeah, you're right, Zero Silva. I suppose Guy Skogul is Old Norse. And Nestrand. Actually, there is a Danish word that matches with Nastrand. This Nostrand. That's hilarious. Nostrand. Thank you for clarifying that one, Zero Silva. And Kasari says, I would assume so. It works a bit too well with my Swedish pronunciation. And Gunsmoke says, also killing. And killing. Which, so just winding that back, spøgelser means ghosts. And killing means kitten. And kylling means chicken. Kosari says, even if my Swedish is very rusty and barely enough for simple conversation. And Gunsmoke says, I hate Old Norse. It's just dumb Icelandic. Well, actually, if I remember correctly, Icelandic is the specific like Nordic language that decided to just stick with Old Norse, where everyone else moved on. That's why. I believe Danish is the Nordic language that sounds the least like Old Norse. Nostrand. And for anyone that is curious what on earth Nastrand actually refers to, let's see here. There's a Danish Wikipedia article about it, but let's take the English one because it's going to be easier for me to read out, right? In Norse mythology, Nostrand, which apparently in Old Norse means corpse shore, is a place in hell where Njörhork lives and chews on corpses. It is the afterlife for those guilty of murder, adultery, and oath-breaking. And Njörhork is actually Nidhogg, by the way. That is actually Nidhogg. So, yeah. A lot of Norse mythology in dragon stuff, now that you mention it. Hreisvelgr and Nidhogg are from Norse mythology. I don't think Shiva is, though. Now. Yeah, exactly. Zero silver. Size matters. That's a good song. Well, I don't have I don't think I have anything else on the menu. Ah yes, the double S, which looks like a funny bee. So, with all that said, let me finish by giving a little bit of a summary of what else is happening on the channel this week. On Wednesday, that is tomorrow, I am releasing a little short about telegraphs. So, for most players, this is going to, for most, high-level players especially, it's going to be extremely obvious what's happening in that video. But I do know players that have no idea how telegraphs work in detail. And new players might also find it helpful, and any player that blames them getting hit by mechanics on lag might also learn something. Because telegraphs work different in Final Fantasy XIV than in other games. On Thursday, I'm releasing an opener that covers the entirety of the warrior opener and rotation. In the attacking part of it anyway, there's not enough time in a short to talk about anything more than an opener and the basics of the rotation. supposed to be like an appetizer for the Warrior Guide as a whole. So if you have looked at Warrior and aren't entirely sold on it, maybe that guide will, that little short will make you interested. And then on Friday, we are talking about some of the hardest jobs in Final Fantasy XIV. Which is, of course, from my perspective, just like how when I suggested the easiest jobs in a game, not all people agreed with me when I claimed that Sage is very easy to pilot in non-savage content, if you know how to pilot it. And then on Saturday, we're continuing the story of Small Kai. And Scandal says Shiva is Hindu. Well, there we go. And Kasadi says, as far as I know, only Iceland uses Thorn. We don't use it in Denmark, certainly. Gunsmoke says, Telegraph's an old tiny message thing. Telegraph, in gaming terms, and also in some capacity in just competitive terms, is used to indicate that someone is showing you what they're going to do. If I wind up my fist while walking towards you, I'm telegraphing that I'm probably going to punch, and I'm specifically going to punch with the fist that I raised and wind it up, and I'm probably going to do it in the exact pathing that I wind it up to do towards you, right? I wouldn't punch you. This is an example. And that's why it's called telegraphing in Final Fantasy XIV. In Final Fantasy XIV, what we mean by telegraphs is the orange markers on the floor, but technically, if we're using the broader term, when a boss starts casting something and stands in a specific pose that sort of indicates where it's going to attack, that is also a telegraph. So that's how telegraphing, like if you were to play, I don't know, chess, you could argue that doing a certain set of moves that leads into a specific opener or something to that effect. I'm not a chess master. You are sort of telegraphing to your opponent what you're going to be doing. Now the thing is that with chess there are many openers and many of them lead into each other, and you can just choose to veer off a specific opener if it's inconvenient for you. But if you're doing something that indicates that it's going to lead to something, you're telegraphing. And that's why we use it. Specifically, it sort of refers to the old-timey thing, because what you're doing is you're sending a message to the person you're facing, in this case, in this potential competitive matchup. I hope that makes sense, because that is absolutely not something that I cover in this short. What a telegraph is in detail. It's interesting how these kind of words that we use originate from something. What a telegraph is. We're all getting punched. I wouldn't punch you. It's a theoretical punch. It's about as painful as a mathematician writing a formula you don't understand. Which is painful in its own right at times. Anyway, this was a really fun stream. There's a lot of interesting subjects we talked about. And I would once again remind you that there is the community Discord. If anyone missed it, I'm just going to post the link again. And then hopefully I will see you either for the premiere on the hardest jobs video on Friday, or the Small Kai stream on Saturday. where we are continuing the Shadowbringer story, and I am hoping that we will meet Titania. And that is everything that I have for you tonight. Thank you all so much for watching, and good night, or good morning, or afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. See, that's a telegraph. When I say good night, you know what's coming next. Thank you all so much for watching. Remember to say goodbye to the camera, everyone. You can also pray to the camera, that's fine. Or wring your hand to the camera. Good night.